Morning, guys. It's foggy, misty, overcast, rainy day on 28th of October. So, same time, 13 hours for the rest of you guys over there. I've taken to at night time to start hang out, and then just broadcast information that I choose to. Last night I broadcast a whole heap of stuff about John Key, the smiling assassin, and what he's done to the country New Zealand. And I also posted a couple of things about Dr. Andrew Wakefield in regards to the MMR vaccines. Now, Google apparently is telling me that I'm not allowed to broadcast. Apparently I don't have the rights to. Well, I got it from you guys, and if I want to share it to others, I will. And if Google has an issue with that, I'd like to see Mr. or Mrs. Google please stand up and claim I've done them wrong. If they don't, go fuck yourselves, Google. I don't care. I will not be controlled. I will not be done whatever. You shut my account down, I'll just start 4 more. I don't give a fuck. An identity is just a persona, a face to work through. Alright? It's not going to make any fucking difference to me whatsoever. And I mean, my original channel that I had, because I broadcast the unlawful killing, all about how the royals actually got Diana bumped off and killed, they shut down my first channel. I had 1,200 subscribers, over a third of a million views on my first channel. They shut it down. So now when I'm trying to broadcast information that would be helpful to people, Google in their ultimate fucking wisdom think that they can just go ahead and shut the sheep up. Well, it's not going to work. Google Plus is only one of many mediums that you can go through, Bebo, Vimo, Vimeo, whatever. I'm sure there are many. No skin off my nose if Google wants to flop their cock out and start showing everybody how fucking wonderful they are. But if they want to shut me down, so what? Whoopee fucking do, you cockheads. That's all I have to say. So whoever I don't even know if it was a man or a woman that chose to shut my broadcast down last night, but it was all about Andrew Wakefield. He would like my daughter. She's 12. She's due for her immunisation booster jabs before she goes to high school. Like fuck. Alright? I've done research on that. You go to the government website in New Zealand. The government website says, okay, let's see. We're going to tell you all of this rubbish, and we're even going to mention Andrew Wakefield's name and discredit him and tell him he's been found to be absolute bullshitter. Okay? And then just a few months back, you've got a 13-year-old veteran of the CDC coming out and confirming everything that Andrew Wakefield has said. Alright, confirming that MMR, measles, mumps and rubellas, the multiple injections is too much for a kid. You know, they've confirmed it all. So, what, the government going to say, oh, look, sorry, we got that wrong, we fucked up, and, yeah, just ignore what we said. Apparently it is bad for you. Yeah. What a fucking bunch of stupid people are out there to think that stopping information like that is beneficial under some guise of a copyright or not having, you know, they're saying that you don't have permission to broadcast it. How the fuck do they know? Huh? Can Google Plus please verify for me that someone has told them I'm not allowed to do that. How do they know that I haven't contacted the person or the creator of that video directly and got an authorization? How the fuck do they know? They don't. This is just a control thing. They're claiming that a you doesn't have the right to do something or doesn't have authority to do something. Well, neither the fuck do they. It's that simple. Alright? So just for all the Google Plus Hangout white people that are watching, go fuck yourselves. Alright? Right? I don't normally get pissed off with fictional entities, but when I'm trying to spread information that is helpful to my fellow man, and I have some stupid fucking thing like that cause problems, not going to stop me. I'm just going to keep broadcasting, and I will keep broadcasting and keep broadcasting. Unlike most people, I don't just stop videotapes. If I see anything interesting, I download it. Yeah, I download it, and then I share it, because sharing's caring, people. Alright? I don't give a fuck if some computer program like Google or Facebook or whoever wants to turn around and say, hey, you can't do this, you can't do that. Fuck off, quite simply. I will share whatever I wish, whenever I wish, to whoever I wish, because I wish to. Alright? So Google, big fuck you, alright? If you can't count, that's 1, 2, Google, alright? I will broadcast whatever the fuck I like. You can keep stopping me. I don't give a shit. I'll just keep doing it. And I will keep doing it if you keep pushing me. I got 9 computers. I will fucking run them all. And I will make them all have separate accounts. All through different entities. I don't care. Alright? It's that simple. You won't trap me. I fucking had a guts full of it. Alright? So, on a more lighter note, how many people have been watching the podcasts? You know, I got an invite to 2 podcasts yesterday. Then they got cancelled. Then they didn't show up. Jamie, mate, if you're going to have a podcast, fucking have it. Alright? Some people have to organise time away from other people to spend time on a hangout, much as myself. I have to book time away from the kids to enjoy a hangout with you guys, and I do enjoy it. Nothing worse than making those arrangements and having them fall through. Right? So I don't know if it's a technical issue as to why Jamie is having his podcast issues. I don't know, but I'm always going to keep running the Zen Room. Of course, unless Google Plus have an issue with it, in which case, fuck off. And yeah, I'm just going to keep mine running anyway. People are welcome to come and go as they please. I don't care. All right, it doesn't worry me. People, like-minded individuals, want to get together and have a chat. More than happy to. But honestly, if Google thinks for a second that they have some way to control me, they can think again. All right. Just don't forget, Google, who made who. All right. In the words of good old AC/DC, you know, Bon Scott, who made who. All right. Seeing as Google has an issue with me sharing stuff, I'll just share some stuff. Just for Google's sake, because they like it. As you notice that I'm a little slutted. You know, I don't run 8-hour hangouts posting relevant crap to everybody just for Google to say, you can't do that. Why? Because we haven't got our cock pulled by that universal individual yet. Let's see, what should I do? Let's see here. Let's go for John Key.
thank you very much for coming tonight. I want you to relay to the audience just what you feel is going on here in terms of civil liberties in general across Aotearoa, New Zealand.
I'm glad that John Key has upset New Zealanders, because these sorts of things have been happening in Tuhoe and in other places for quite some time. I'm glad he's picked on Kim.com, because Tamaiti and his people can't afford to fight these cases. Kim.com can. And by Kim.com making a big issue about it, New Zealanders have started to listen, and then they bring this bill and they want to expand the powers, and New Zealanders generally are getting horrified. So I'm kind of glad on behalf of all of those people who know they're being snooped on anyway, but can't afford to do anything about it, that the whole of the country is starting to see this as something we've all got to be fighting.
There are some who believe that this is part of a global agenda to bring about a one world government that is based completely on tyranny. What would you say to those people?
Oh, I don't understand all of the detail of that kind of stuff, but clearly Waihopai is part of an international spy connection, and the kinds of stuff we've been hearing about what's happening with American citizens is exactly what's starting to happen here. It's happening across the world. And either we stand up and say, excuse me, we don't put you into Parliament to spy on us. You know, when you talk about foreign intelligence, go and spy on foreigners, not on us. So if you're not prepared to do that, then get out and give somebody else a shot. And I think in a way Kim.com's got a bit of a point, which is that we can march and we can fight, but if this bill goes through, we've got to carry that fight through to the election next year. And so we're going to turf you bastards out if you carry on down this track.
I don't believe that democracy is a weekend retreat. I believe it is a full-time job. Do you agree?
Holy shit, that's a deep and meaningful statement to make. Well, I certainly believe that the struggle for justice and freedom, if that equates with the fight for democracy, is something that we live all of our lives. We can't afford to put it on the back burner and say, well, we'll worry about it next weekend, or worry about it in the weekend. It's something we have to live with, and we have to stand by 24/7.
And what role do you think the media are playing in all of this? Do you believe they're covering this issue fairly, or are they simply, for lack of a better term, the lapdogs of Satan on this issue?
I think that the media is just plain old conflict today. Like, I mean, they want to be seen to be breaking the news, but they are actually the media of the corporate entities anyway. So they don't want to really bust this open, and I think it's going to be this kind of media, the people's media, the Facebooks, the websites, that are going to really crack this. And I think that that's where most of the interest is coming from in terms of public communication on issues like this.
And any final message for your supporters, Mr. Harawira?
Well, not just for my supporters, but for New Zealanders generally. If you value your security, if you value your safety, don't let John Key say, let's put it in the hands of the Americans. Let's keep it in our own hands and tell John Key, you fuck off, mate.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, mate.
Now, one of my personal favourites. And now, one of my personal favourites. This is directed at the police commissioner, who's no longer the police commissioner. His name was Peter Marshall. It's just a little parody I made.
I'm serious about this. As a police officer, we're not perfect, but that is the reality. Come and talk to us. We are interested in victims. We do make mistakes. The complainants' families don't like it. We don't like it. We're not perfect. The complainants don't like it, but that is reality. So we had the one complaint, and we are interested in complainants. Certainly not. Professional police officers, and we will do the best to make mistakes. Thank you very much. I'm serious about this. As a police officer, we're not perfect, but that is the reality. Come and talk to us. We are interested in victims. We do make mistakes. The complainants' families don't like it. We don't like it. We're not perfect. The complainants don't like it, but that is reality. So we had the one complainant. We are interested in complainants. Certainly not. Professional police officers, and we will do the best to make mistakes. Thank you very much.
Is he aware of the dinner Mr. Banks had with Kim.com, where Kim.com offered him $50,000, to which he replied, no, not one cheque, write 2 cheques out for $25,000 each, as cited in a sworn statement of Kim.com's security guard?
No, I'm not aware of the specific dinner the member's talking about, but I am aware that Mr. Banks had dinner with Mr.com. I'm also aware that under the rules of the existing legislation, it's quite within the rules to solicit cheques and donations on such a basis and comply with the law.
Why does the Prime Minister refuse to read the police files on John Banks?
Yeah, because it's not my practice to go and read police files. This will come as a great shock to the member, but the police are independent in New Zealand. They do their own investigations. And guess what? This isn't the bit. This is the bit that the Labour Party aren't quoting. Guess what? The police said there was insufficient evidence to prosecute. By the way, no case.
Can the Prime Minister remember saying, this is not a Prime Minister in control, it is a Prime Minister in damage control. She should now act over Mr. Field. Why are we waiting, Prime Minister? Helen Clark is only interested in protecting her slim majority in Parliament. And what's changed other than the Prime Minister?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
A couple of things, Mr. Speaker. One, yes, I remember making that statement. And secondly, I'm not surprised Trevor Mallard's on his feet, because quite frankly, David Shearer's going about as well today on Q&A on Sunday.
Is it a new policy of the Prime Minister's that ministers are not responsible for documents that they sign? And is this a new don't read, don't care defence on Planet Key?
No, and I refer the member to the fact that the document was signed when he was not a minister.
Will homeowners on Planet Key now be allowed to default on their mortgages and then claim it's okay because they didn't read the documents? Will business people on Planet Key now be allowed to sign illegal contracts under his new don't read, don't care defence?
I don't know so much about Planet Key, but my expectations are it would be a lovely place to live. It would be beautifully governed. Golf courses would be plentiful. People would have plenty of holidays to enjoy their time. And what a wonderful place it would be. But I would expect people on such a place referred to as Nirvana to comply with the law. And that's what Mr. Banks did.
Why is he taking the police incapacity which they express, because any action by them would have been statute barred against Mr. Banks, to mean that Mr. Banks complied with the law?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not. I'm taking the member at his word.
If the Prime Minister can get away with that, he might as well just go up and say rhubarb, because that's an answer.
The House will settle down. Order, I'm on my feet, and the House will settle down. House will settle down.
Will it just?
My name is Russell Malcolm, and I'd like to give you a background on the Pinchgate affair. Personal background: I'm a licensed real estate agent owning my own business from mid-90s, with a background of over 30 years in the industry, holding qualifications in various areas of law, resource management, town planning, residential, rural, commercial valuation, property management, business management, marketing, finance and accounting, and the National Diploma and the National Certificate in Real Estate. I've been involved in hundreds of resource and building consents, including subdivisions, commercial uses and rezoning in the former Rodney district. Much of this involvement from the inception of the proposals a level of involvement well beyond that normally associated with a real estate agent. I've personally designed and built 3 homes, plus numerous alterations. My experience with the council and town planners for many years on a daily basis, forming a significant part of the business activity. In 2005 and 06, I embarked on a revolutionary low-fees model of a licensed real estate agency called Kiwi Real Limited, servicing the Auckland's North Shore and Hibiscus Coast areas. This had built up to a team of 13 by 07 and outsurvived most mainstream agencies that closed in the economic fall of 07 and 08, although times were tough for us. This has now been forced to close in a major part due to the police raids of January and February 2012. Since '93, I was proactive in campaigning to clean up the real estate industry and replace the old boys network of the REINZ with an accountable authority. The Real Estate Agents Act 08 satisfied this quest. My speaking out on injustices put me at odds with the REINZ, resistant to change. The following excerpt from the Real Estate Agents Licensing Board decision in '98 gives insights to this. Quote, Mr. Malcolm impressed the board as a highly principled individual who is prepared to be very forthright and outspoken on matters where he believes there has been injustice. He showed a genuine concern to ensure that he complied with provisions of the Act. It is quite clear to the board that Mr. Malcolm is well regarded in the Dairy Flat Albany area. He is a fit and proper person to hold a real estate agent's license. The Real Estate Agents Licensing Board. Now I'll give a background to the council animosity, and we'll start with the Rodney Council Plan Change 62. This was initiated by the CEO of 23 years at that stage of the Rodney Council, Brian Sharplin. October '97, the Rodney Council issued a draft Plan 62 which proposed a developer's contribution for the infrastructure payable upon subdivision, creation of household units and other activities. This intended to pick up on fees already payable under the Local Government Act known as Reserve Fund contributions that were lawfully able to be demanded. From October '97, Rodney Council recognised it could not charge those fees under a proposed plan change until the plan change was fully operative. Unlike other plan changes, financial contributions are prohibited from a transitional period. They are either fully operative or not applicable. The RDC did, however, tag building consents, including subdivisions from that time on, with a condition, not always registered on the title, that should Plan Change 62 become operative before a building consent was issued, the owner or developer at that time would be required to pay the contributions payable under Plan Change 62. This necessitated the declaration to potential purchasers, and it follows the next question was how much. This being handled on a case-by-case basis, with us as the agents obtaining estimates from the Rodney Council and passing these on to representatives as a representation to buyers. I personally had about a dozen sales with this tag in '97 and '98. Typically, the estimated fees were $2,000, $4,500, and in some cases less than the amount payable under the existing Local Government Act provisions. Plan 62 was highly controversial between elected councillors, the council CEO, developers, with the matter before the Environment Court, with millions of dollars spent on council solicitors defending its changes and its proposed formulas with a group of objectors. So not only was the initial plan before the court, there were numerous changes getting implemented or attempting to be implemented or suggested as that went through. I've never been a submitter on the original or an original objector, therefore outside of those proceedings. Of note at this point is that during the government review into dysfunctionability at the Rodney Council, most, if not all, councillors testified to the effect of Plan Change 62 was complex and they didn't understand it. The CEO, Brian Sharplin, had a reputation in those more recent times of being a neocratic and unapproachable by many, although some staff and councillors thought well of him with strong loyalties. Minor household units, 36 and 38 Jeffs Road, so they're called an MHU or a granny flat. In January 96, a building consent was applied for this minor household unit. In my opinion, at the time of lodgement, it complied under the operative district plan on boundary setbacks. Council decided to take into consideration rule changes under proposed Plan Change 55, which was a district plan of new planning provisions of what would be allowed in areas, which affected road frontage to building setbacks. A resource consent was applied for. The plans submitted clearly showed a building of upper level of 65, providing 1 bedroom, living and central internal staircase. The lower level, 65 square metres, providing laundry, washroom, tack room, go-kart workshop, and garaging with a solid line partitions between each, i.e. individual rooms. Both consents were granted as applied for. During construction, I was concerned with the potential for a deck design to leak and withheld building the deck as approved. A further addition of a lean-to roof and carport were intended, with a plate installed around the exterior of the house for these to be attached to. Upon a pre-lining inspection by Rodney District Council Inspector Brian Gray, he questioned me on why the decks hadn't been built and what the external plate was for. Upon being informed of my concerns re watertightness and intent to apply for a fresh building consent for a change of a deck to design, the lean-to roof and carport, the inspector was adamant that all work could be carried out now and satisfied by filing amended plans upon completion. I completed the building on that basis with a final inspection requested. The final inspection was carried out by Building Inspector Chris Tibbett. He raised concerns re the lower level not completed to the same standard as the higher level or the upper level, and that the lower level washroom hadn't been installed. He actually thought it was to be a kitchen. On these issues, I pointed out they were not intended as living areas and not appropriate to be finished to the same standard as a living area. They were already fully lined and primed. No mouldings or floor coverings were fitted, nor should they have been required. On the outside, he insisted the deck and lean-to roof would have to be removed as they weren't to plan. These demands were not entertained by myself, and Brian Gray's advice was discussed. The conversation was left with Tibbett to return to council, consult with others, and confirm the position of council. That afternoon, I contacted Brian Gray, and from memory, another council person on the matter, possibly Selwyn Pankhurst. A day or so later, a notice to rectify was received, issued by Chris Tibbett, requiring that the amended plans be filed as per Brian Gray's advice, and the lower level finished as per his original requirement to a residential living standard. This was done along with another matter later questioned in the deck design. All since accepted by the Rodney Building Department as completed and complying, but no code compliance certificate was issued. I'll now change to the application for the subdivision. This is on Lower Jeffs Road, and it was zoned countryside living rural, this being the site of my own home that I'd owned since 1985. Plan Change 55, released as a draft in 1995, provided for an average land size in this zone of 2 hectares with a minimum size of 1 hectare. To create a 1 hectare site, a residue site of 3 hectares is required to achieve the average from a 4 hectare site. Parent site fully complied and provided for this. The sites must have a stable, hazard-free building site of no less than 225 square metres. If hazards are known to exist, such as instability or flooding, then it must be shown that these hazards can be overcome. were remedied. A building consent for a 90 square metre pottery studio had been issued with construction underway. Council held a geotechnical report on that project, which they later accepted as satisfying the building requirements for the building platform in this application. A metalled 3.5 metre driveway provided access to the house site, with the construction of that building underway. From the onset, this site was fully compliant under Plan Change 55 with no other works required. In '98, an application for subdivision was lodged. Council responded with a question: how the effects on the infrastructure in the district could be mitigated, and based upon that, the application was put on hold. I questioned how I could mitigate that, and Council responded only by making a voluntary and unsolicited donation could this be addressed. A request was made as to the amount they would require, and the response was $24,000. This was Council's new method of getting funds as calculated under proposed Plan Change 62, a change from putting the onus on the landowner at the time of applying for a building consent. I immediately questioned the massive increase from verbal estimates and was told that the council were applying new formulas. As mine was on a non-sealed road, council calculated the effect of my subdivision would require the road to be upgraded, and I, as a developer, must meet that cost. At this point, I raised that new owners of properties who were to pay Plan Change 62 costs as a condition of obtaining a building consent would be in for a huge shock, contrary to what the council had already advised, at times in writing and at times verbally. I also raised that other applications nearby were being charged $3,000 to $4,000 per new title. It emerged not only was this donation demanded upon creation of a new title, but upon other activities subject to a resource consent, including establishing a minor dwelling. Another activity intended on the site, therefore if the site road wasn't sealed prior to that application, the fee would be chargeable again. Confirmation was requested on when the work paid for would be carried out, with the response not until it met council requirements, meaning you had to have 270 plus traffic movements per day on that road to meet council requirements. Typically, each household generates 7 traffic movements per day. With current and potential new developments, this traffic volume couldn't be reached. Notwithstanding, had council justified the demand on basis, my single development generated adverse effect that required the road to be sealed. I offered to have the road sealed myself, and this was declined as the funds were needed to be spent elsewhere. Yet it was demanded to address the impact in Jeff's Road of my development. Council manager Bill Smith acknowledged I had good points and he would get back to me. I received a call from a very irate Brian Sharplin. He was screaming, he was out of control. After some time he realised the particular formula proposed had serious faults, and he advised he would liaise with the council's managers and get back to me. This never happened. The minor household unit at 38 Jeffs Road was then subject to a surprise inspection by the Rodney District Council Environmental Protection Officer, David James, and Building Inspector, Selwyn Pankhurst. An abatement notice was issued for non-compliance with the district plan. The building had a resource consent and a building consent. Any changes were made by arrangement with the council or due to the notice to rectify issued by council. An appeal was lodged in the Environment Court opposing the abatement notice. Extensive efforts were made for a code compliance certificate to be issued with the building department, and the building department was ready to issue it. David James instructed the building department they were not to issue a code compliance certificate as it had a laundry tub in the parking area and was therefore oversized for a minor dwelling, that the laundry was shown in council approved plans and the resource consent. Those plans and the resource consent then become unavailable at council, with counter staff advising David James had instructed I was not to be permitted access. A request was made through the courts for access, with the council promising they would be supplied. This was never complied with. A year later, part of the file plans was supplied, but the resource consent and the field notes were withheld. Those documents would have proven any non-compliant issue to be by council oversight. So I'll get back to the subdivision. Council then wrote that 3 issues required resolution to process the application. They were geotechnical issues, a second household unit on the main site, number 38, and how I would address the effect of my subdivision on infrastructure, i.e. financial contributions. Following prolonged attempts at resolution, including my offering to pay the amount requested, with the proviso that when the final amount due under Plan Change 62 was known from the parallel running developers proceedings, Council would refund this excess, and this was refused. The Mayor, Doug Armstrong, CEO, Brian Sharplin, town planners and manager had stated in writing the application would not be processed until the signed form offering the voluntary and unsolicited contributions were returned. No further information was provided on geotechnical issues or in regard to the non-complying household unit. I supplied council with a signed, voluntary and unsolicited offer of contribution on the standard form that the Rodney Council had prepared. The resource consent was issued immediately. The geotechnical issues disappeared, with the issued consent being acknowledgement they had held the required reports at all time from the building consent already issued and that building under construction. The non-complying minor household unit was no longer holding up the application. These problems had vanished overnight upon offering a donation. The consent contained a mystery inclusion of a bush block for a protection condition. A bush block is defined in the operative and proposed district plan as an area of contiguous native bush of 2 hectares. The entire property was 4 hectares. No such bush existed, nor was any plan showing such a phenomenon. Council would not identify what this related to or remove it from the consent. Requests were made through the court and still no clarification was provided. I appealed the consent conditions in the Environment Court, seeking a declaration that the Council had sufficient information to have processed the application upon it having been first filed, that the financial contributions were excessive and lacked accountability. An offer was made to pay the full amount with a proviso when the final amount was known from the parallel running developers proceedings, a refund would be provided. That no area of bush existed on the site or was identified in any plan to be the required bush block. Council refused mediation on these issues despite Judge Bollard's strong requests. An appeal was also lodged against the abatement notice on the minor household unit. Mediation was attempted on the minor dwelling, with Judge Bollard recognising David James' antagonism and requesting David James not attend. My stance was, as Council had issued the consent in error, issued a notice to rectify an error, Council staff had on a number of issues made error according to David James' interpretation. Therefore, Council had the obligation to handle the application for the appropriate consents, and the cost of that was about $350. Being this was an invented issue as retaliation for questioning Council, it would be incredibly stupid to provide Council with an open cheque for resolution when David James and Council CEO wanted to use the matter for utmost damage. I was also aware the documents had been removed from the file. In my view, that was an attempt to pervert the course of justice. David James had been requested by the judge not to attend. The matter involved a town planning issue, building department, and council legal as they had wrongly issued the building consent and the resource consent. In attendance was the building department, who acknowledged I had provided everything they required. The only outstanding item was David James's instruction that code compliance not be issued. Town planning were not represented. David James' attendance was to ensure no resolution could be reached with this, his insisting I had to pay for the application preparation and fees. After 2 years in court and squandering about $40,000 in legal fees of ratepayers' money on just this case, that is exactly what council did do. The council ended up applying for the resource consent and resolving the issue. At preliminary appearances on the subdivision issues, Judge Bollard was adamant that the council even accepting donations for contributions was prohibited under the Resource Management Act. He cited his own ruling in the Western Bay of Plenty and a declaration in Tauranga. The Western Bay of Plenty a decision had been upheld in the appeal court. The judge strongly insisted that as I was offering mediation and to pay whatever was eventually decided, that council settle out of court. Council refused. The hearing was adjourned a number of times with the instruction for the council lawyers Simpson and Grierson to go back and get revised instructions. The council submitted that they wanted my resource consent cancelled. About this time, I became aware that from several persons that the CEO, Brian Sharplin, and the Mayor, Doug Armstrong, had under oath at the Environment Court and in government-commissioned inquiry into the Rodney Council testified that all donations were voluntary and unsolicited, and that failure to accept a contribution would not affect the consents processing. I clearly had evidence from both those persons that they knew this testimony to be incorrect, as both had put in writing to me my application would not be processed until I agreed to pay the fee. Council provided affidavits from a town planner and Hugh Jarvis as to the significance of the bush on my property and why it must be protected. Council provided submissions and affidavits from Rodney Council's Master of Economics, Stephen Ironside, that my contributions were in line with others in the area. I responded with details of another 2 applications that were only required to pay a fraction of mine, well in the same area and zoning on gravel road. Ironside, seemingly unaware of my area knowledge and extent of subdivision consent I was involved in. Ironside responded they were in roads that no further developments would take place and the road would not be considered for sealing. Those roads were Spur Road and Newman Road. Ironside's testimony was false, in that Spur Road was being prepared for sealing as he made that statement. Tenders had been called by council for its sealing. It was in the district plan. Multiple consents for subdivision were issued and being processed for properties adjoining and close to the ones I had queried. The road was zoned for subdivision. Ironside's response was false on the second property in Newman's Road, owned by Evelyn Dossiter, partner of former MP and current at that stage Rodney councillor Ross Moran. Together they ran a riding school from that location at the end of the no-exit road. The roading contribution was around $16,000. The activities generated there justified council to seal the road. They were running commercial activities. It was also being prepared for sealing. Tenders had been let out as Ironside's expert council witness testified they would not be sealed, nor were other developments anticipated around them, this being completely at variance to the fact. Ironside, under oath in the Environment Court, testified that Jeffs Road and Lower Jeffs Road were on the council's priority list for sealing. He stated that and repeated that statement with the 2000 district plan book open in his hands while pretending he was reading from the 360-page book. I cross-examined him on this, and he repeated the roads were on the priority list, and he had read it from that list in the book. I insisted he present that page open for clarification. The book was opened, and the roads did not appear on the list. They did, however, appear under roads not likely to be sealed within 5 years. I put it to Ironside that he was a master of economics in the truth, or on which planet had he obtained his qualification. Upon returning from the lunch break, Judge Bollard asked Ironside if he's back on this planet yet. Ironside, under question from Judge Bollard acknowledged that council had made mistakes in calculations on my application and that he now thought the fees would be $14,000. However, council would not be backing off demanding the $24,000 I had agreed to under duress to get the application processed. No other roads were subject to the formula they had experimented with on my application. The final sum was $7,000. The government inquiry being held into RDC at that time sacked the entire elected council and the CEO. The commissioner appointed made promise to those caught under the scam that the excess amount would be refunded. The Rodney District Council senior town planner Leslie Jenkins testified that all applications were processed as required under the RMA, even if people didn't sign the voluntary and unsolicited donation council prepared form. Jenkins could not provide any detail on a single application that had been processed without the form being signed over a period of at least a year. Rodney Times reporter Chris Wills reported this story on many occasions. When he reported on Leslie Jenkins' testimony that he was in court for, so he personally witnessed, both he and I were contacted by multiple persons claiming experiences contrary to Jenkins' sworn evidence. I personally presented documented proof signed by the Mayor, the CEO, council staff, that the application would not be processed unless the fee was offered. Rodney Council engineer testified to the court that the delay in his processing was he couldn't find the proposed building platform on the site as shown on plans. This prevented him for 8 months from performing the task of certifying it had a building platform. Throughout that 8 months, he never made any attempt to clarify this with me or the surveyors, not even a phone call. Not that it was required, as the site is clearly marked on the plan. It has a geotechnical report supplied to council on it. It had been formed and planted out with shelter trees, had a building consent issued for it, and a building under construction. It's located at the end of a well-formed drive, and the neighbour complains that that driveway is to a motorway standard. On the day the signed voluntary form was received by council, it appears these blockages in function lifted, and the application was passed with information already held by council being sufficient. The mystery 2-acre bush block council had failed to clarify, but provided affidavits as to its significance. I requested those expert witnesses be available for cross-examination. Council solicitors seemed unhappy at my insistence. I pointed out to them that their 2 expert witnesses whose affidavits they relied upon would have to swear on oath that privet, a noxious weed, was now a protected native bush species. Over a year after acquiring this bush area, which was a small area of privet seen in old photos that had since been cleared prior to my application being lodged, council changed the 2-hectare bush block to a riparian area, not provided for in any current, proposed or released district plan or draft district plan. It was later established that the plan existed in one person's mind only. It hadn't made it into any draft district plan yet. A couple of days before the hearing, a Hugh Jarvis, senior manager at the Auckland Regional Council, phoned me seeking consent to enter my property for purposes of inspecting this bush. I put it to him, as he had already supplied an affidavit attesting to its conditions and its significance, that he must have already inspected it. He replied he had not. I offered if he sent me a note to confirm he hadn't previously been to my site, then I would grant it permission to enter. No confirmation was forthcoming. In court, Auckland Regional Council witness Hugh Jarvis testified as to the significance of the bush and the stream beds on my site. On a blown up aerial photograph obscured to me, he pointed these out. Commissioner Hackett pointed out to Mr. Jarvis he was looking at the wrong property. Jarvis then argued that the stream beds the privets had been cleared from must be fenced and protected. Although no provision existed in any district or draft plan, its concept of a toolbox of ideas he personally was considering. Those hearings concluded with Judge Bollard insisting that the council did not want the implications of a ruling, so to settle the proceedings by mediation. They were well aware their scheme was unlawful, and this was confirmed by the appeal court. Rodney Times reporter Chris Wills had for some time been requesting transcripts from the court, and those requests were denied, with the court saying the Environment Court did not keep records. Over several months, council still refused to settle, so we were back in court. Judge Bollard refused to issue a decision and demanded the council settle out of court to avoid the implications of a ruling. At least 3 times in one day, Judge Bollard adjourned the court for council lawyers to take fresh instructions to his strong suggestion. Bollard repeatedly told council they were lucky I was a litigant in person, without legal representation, and no press were present that day. The council did not want the implications of a ruling. The proceedings continued to be adjourned. Eventually, after threatening to get the matter exposed in another court, council agreed to a bond of $14,000 or such lesser sum as Plan Change 62 eventually entitled the council to, providing it was settled within a time frame. The appeal on the abatement notice for the minor dwelling, non-complying minor dwelling, was still to be heard. Requests had been made direct from council and through the court for the records held by council on the minor dwelling. Requests over the counter were refused as David James wanted control of the information in the file. In court, promises were made, but what was handed over was incomplete. No copy of the resource consent was supplied, or job sheets, field notes, a notice to rectify that would have confirmed my version of offence. I did obtain a directive from the court that council provide a record of financial charges. It was not formally provided by council until after the hearing. However, a day or so before the hearing, a council employee turned up at my home with a copy of those records. Those records confirmed exactly that events had taken place on days I maintained, meetings, notices to rectify, the resource consent had been issued, those records were missing. They were being withheld, which acted to prevent the council's role in consenting the non-complying building being exposed while they pursued enforcement action against myself. I was aware that the department manager, Selwyn Pankhurst, had a good knowledge of these issues, and it was David James preventing resolution. I held confidence Selwyn Pankhurst would tell the truth, and he had filed an affidavit on the matter. I requested he be called as a witness, and it was confirmed he would be available. As the hearing commenced, Simpson Grierson's lawyers handed me a bundle of documents that the conditions at the time didn't allow me to look at. Council submitted to court I had a non-complying second household unit that exceeded 65 square metres plus parking, which it did. However, everything non-complying was shown on the plans approved by council and a resource consent issued. The town planning had overlooked its oversized nature, i.e. the lower building had a storage room, laundry, tack room and workshop, all shown on the approved plans. Council insinuated it was the unapproved work coming under the Building Act that wasn't a matter for the Environment Court, therefore couldn't be heard in the Environment Court, that made it non-compliant. The so-called unapproved work had mistakenly been advised to go ahead with by the building inspector Brian Gray and then supported by Chris Tibbetts. However, the missing records hid that fact. The fact was the approved plan should not have been approved by Rodney Council without a resource consent covering the oversized nature of the buildings. It was a succession of council errors. Of significance was that Selwyn Pankhurst had been excused from attending court that day, and I was denied the right to cross-examine him on his affidavit. In a bundle of documents handed to me, as was an affidavit of David James, submitting that the resource consent is required for a second household unit as Mr. Malcolm is renting the dwelling to persons who are not family members. That statement is outrightly false. No restrictions apply as to who may live in a minor dwelling. A decision took place between the judge and myself where I went into the background of the council's oversights being behind it. I disclosed my intention to apply for a resource consent for another matter that, if granted, would legitimise a second house. However, the original problem being arrears by council, not any unauthorised works. I gained from Judge Bollard that he would draft something up providing for consents to be applied for. A court order being issued requiring the unspecified unauthorised work to be removed and that a resource consent to be applied for it for a second household unit. This failed to match anything brought up in the hearing. The alleged unauthorised work was already sorted with the building department and was never mentioned in the hearing. That work was authorised by council but not in the appropriate way. However, the order meant that even when returned to the original plan, it still wasn't a complying minor dwelling in the form consented by council. The storage area and laundry in the garage area was in excess of 65 square metres plus parking. Add to that David James's submission that failed to be a minor dwelling when not used by family, i.e. it must be auxiliary to the principal household unit. An appeal was lodged in the High Court and requests made for transcripts from those hearings with the Environment Court. The Environment Court did not respond to those requests. Council lodged written application to strike out. This was put on hold to allow the Environment Court to provide transcripts, which they didn't do, and the matter was called back to the High Court. Justice Morris ordered the Environment Court to provide transcripts and all evidence and submissions. David Kirkpatrick from Simpson Grierson Council Lawyers tells the High Court the Environment Court do not keep records. This assertion is outrightly rejected by Justice Morris. He is not trusting of what's going on. I received a call later from the High Court registrar that documents had been provided from the Environment Court and to please come and check them. All of my submissions and evidence had been withheld or was missing. A transcript is supplied together with an affidavit from the registrar of the Environment Court that the entire proceedings had been provided as taken from tape. I disputed that they were correct. Justice Morris issued an order that a courtroom be provided and the original tape played in that courtroom so I may compare the contents. This is done, and 6 pages of the most relevant to my appeal is discovered to have been left out. So this is the transcript that the Environment Court Register has stated and affidavit has been provided in full. Justice Morris required Judge Bollard to respond to my allegation that I was refused the right to cross-examine the witness Selwyn Pankhurst. Bollard responded that the witness was present and I declined to question him. However, council lawyers had already stated in writing to the High Court that Judge Bollard had excused Pankhurst, who was away on leave. By this time, the government inquiry into the Rodney Council and its decision was out. The entire council was sacked, including the mayor and the CEO. During that inquiry, 3 councillors had testified that the council or the CEO, Sharplin, had misused council powers and lawyers on me as retaliation against me for questioning Plan Change 62. A separate inquiry was held after that by the council-appointed lawyers when Commissioner Kirby was in control of the council's dealings with me. The report was never provided to me. Chris Wills from the Rodney Times applied for that report under the Official Information Act, however council never responded. I believe Chris Wills or Ross Morant had the matter and its refusal to provide court transcripts brought up in Parliament by Winston Peters at the time. Well into the control of Commissioner Kirby, a draft district plan is released. The provision for minor household units has been removed and its removal not publicised. Prior to this, I had seen indications that they would be stopped, inclusive of Judge Bollard being scornful of council allowing minor household units as they were second household units, and the Environment Court decisions had reflected that. Prior to the draft plan carrying any weight, I applied for a resource for consent for an existing building on the newly created title to become a minor dwelling and provided plans for a proposed principal dwelling. The application is non-complying in that only the separation distance was 17 metres instead of the required 15 or less metres. It should have been a simple processing within 20 days. After some weeks, I inquired of council what was happening to the application, and it was told it had been processed that day and would be in that night's mail. About 5 p.m, I received a fax saying council didn't have sufficient information and stated I needed to file plans and geotech reports. So the application was put on hold. Furthermore, when additional information was supplied, the application was going back to the beginning of the process, and as council were busy, they were extending the processing time to 40 days at best. The implications was clear. that under the new plan no provision existed for that activity. By delaying the consideration of that application, the district plan gained more weight and the application became more difficult to prohibitive. Building that proposed new home had already been delayed 3 years by council. The person whose name was on the council letter was contacted that night, and by 8:30 in the morning I was straight after them into the council manager's Wayne Donnelly's office. Wayne commenced to tell me the information was stopping it being processed, but couldn't explain why it had taken weeks to decide that. I then presented him with my copies of the council stamped plans and geo reports as evidence they already held the requested information. In fact, the building already had a building consent, and clearly someone had misinformed him. He then informed me the letter hadn't come from the person whose name was on it. Clearly it was an act of malice. The resource consent was issued that day as council at all times held the required information. Back in court, I applied for costs from the court proceedings over the Plan Change 62 matter. Judge Bollard ruled, as I was a litigant in person, I wasn't entitled to costs. However, granted $100 for photocopying. Ross Morant had publicly stated the council spent over $500,000 on that case in legal fees, for which council received a bond for half the amount I offered to pay initially. Even that was double the final sum of $7,000. Elections for a new council were being held. It costed $100 to register as a contender. The eastern side of the southern Rodney had previously been known as the Wainui ward. It had been scrapped and joined in with all of southern Rodney. The greater population base was on the western side. All those elected come from that area. That abnormality existed for that election only and was corrected by the next election. Notwithstanding, I polled highest from the eastern side, even securing more votes than the prior councillor who was standing again, and he was a popular councillor. During the election campaign and public speaking engagements, I met the new mayor, John Law, the incoming deputy mayor, and now current Auckland councillor Christine Rose, and incoming councillors including Pat Delich, Tom Grace and Arnold Gosling. After the election, I discussed my case with councillor Pat Delich. Christine Rose had already expressed strong concerns over Sharplin's obsession with pursuing me as retribution at the government inquiry, as had Ross Morant and councillor Graham Jerkovich. So those three persons testified to the government inquiry about that. Rose and Delich both inspected the non-complying minor dwelling and associated paperwork, then briefed the Mayor John Law. At the second meeting of the newly elected council, I entered the building or the meeting uninvited and handed each councillor a letter outlining the ongoing case. That same letter was posted to 52 members of Parliament. Several MPs wrote replies congratulating me for standing up to oppression. Of note was a quick response of the then Minister of Environment, Marion Hobbs, assuring me the matter would be resolved at no further cost to myself. To have acted at such speed without even consulting myself suggests pre-existing information being available to make the immediate decision, like the report from the investigation commissioned during Grant Kirby's term, who was reportable to Marion Hobbs as Minister. A meeting was held at the non-complying minor household unit with the Mayor John Law, Council Services Manager Jeff Mears. Council agreed to apply for a set-aside of the court orders they had obtained by perverting the course of justice, and they would pay for the subdivision onto its own title of the second household unit. It was also agreed the code compliance certificate would then be issued. This was never completed, causing a substantial loss on the sale of the house. This was not discovered until after the sale. About this time, I lodged a complaint with the Orewa police over the removal of the records, and then prosecuting me relied upon them being missing. The police located the missing records back in the council file. It would appear they were only withheld from me during the lead up to the court case, which is perverting the course of justice. The matter ended with the council having obtained a ruling based upon dishonesty by council staff, and then the council applied for it to be set aside. 3 Rodney District Councils testified that the action against me was due to having questioned the CEO Brian Sharplin's Plan Change 62. That should have been the end of the matter should have been. The settlement brokered with Mayor John Law and known about by the Environment Minister Marion Hobbs was confidential. Upon the application being processed, encountered with unbalanced handling and reporting by council planners. This was brought to Law's attention and dealt with in-house with a change of planners. The hearing was held before an independent commissioner for the decision. Ironically, that decision also applies as precedent to the pinch cut decision. What is important to take note from this for the pinch cut matter is that the aggressive pursuit of myself for having a minor dwelling that exceeds 65 square metres in gross floor area. Only parking is allowed in addition to that area, and that laundry areas must be included within the 65 square metres. No other rooms or storage areas may be included, and the building must be used in auxiliary to the principal household unit, which is strictly in line with the definitions of a minor dwelling in the Rodney District Council plans. No council staff were prosecuted for the criminal elements. Rodney Times ran a front page article on the allegations of criminal conduct by an unnamed council staff, including allegations of misfeasance with malice, contempt of court, perverting the course of justice, and perjury. The Rodney District Council Environment Officer, David James, attempted to intimidate me with defamation action. In doing so, he implicated himself as one of the unnamed council staff. Unfortunately for David James, I had placed an advert in the local paper for a council persons having had dealings with him. I had 20 replies, and their sources were verified. These were forwarded on to the Mayor by Christine Rose. I understand from that David James retired. My letter in response to David James' solicitors will be attached. It was perfectly clear that receiving unbiased treatment from the Rodney staff in the near future wouldn't be happening. This affair had taken its toll on the family, health and business, including my father collapsing and dying on the day of Judge Bollard's adverse ruling on the minor dwelling. That was the only ruling that went against me out of the 6 cases. The council then applied to have that set aside after I exposed the corruption behind it being obtained. In a recent posting on the social website Facebook, ex-Rodney councillor and current Auckland City Board member Gay Harding acknowledged her memory of the council position as being very bad. I'll now get to the point with the Pinchgate affair, and it concerns a property in Pinchgut Road, Cowcroft, that I purchased in 2001. 2,000 square metre site with 2 existing houses. Both those houses are built in the acre with building permits and were signed off by Rodney Council. The approved plans held at the council show that 150 Pinchgut Road has a 90 square metre dwelling with an annex and carport that's built early 80s, and all the buildings are shown as being within the site on the approved plans. In 1988, a building permit and planning approval was issued for what's called a granny flat. It's a second house of 130 square metres, of which the upper level is 65 plus a substantial covered deck, and the lower level is 65, being parking, and in the building inspector's own handwriting, encompassing an area of 24 square metres of storage and owner to provide laundry. At this point, the approved building plans failed to comply as a minor household unit, and it is probable the building department inserted this after the plan had been passed in the town planning department. 2 notable changes take place during construction from the original plans. As far as building matters go, that was normal practice at the time, and these are recorded on council records. The building inspector discovers that the prepared footings are located within the road to the building setbacks and requires that the building platform site be moved back. At this point, it would have been clear that the buildings located about the main dwelling on number 150 Pinchgut Road are actually within the road reserve and not on the property. Council institutionally knew and failed to record that on the file. By moving further into the site, the building loses its flat or level building area, which was required for a single level concrete pad floor. It creates a step of the floor to the rear of the area marked as laundry. The change to the footing is noted and passed by the building inspector. It would be perfectly clear to the building inspector that this area marked as laundry is going to be a sizable room. It's not part of parking and will need to be framed up, separating it from the different floor height of the parking. Ample space exists for both. A concrete block water tank is also built attached to the building at this time, adjoining the back wall of that room. The outer wall of the lower level are constructed of concrete block, with provision for twin garage doors and a separate door to outside from the newly formed room. That room is 10 square metres. It's that size of a good sized double bedroom, in addition to the 65 square metres permitted for a minor dwelling. Add to that the 14 metres of storage area, and these issues are exactly what council prosecuted for at Jeff's Road, as they had created a second household unit and not a minor dwelling. So the building size is 162 square metres, of which at least 75 is used for residential use, plus the non-complying storage which was used as a machinist workshop. No claim can be made that these are parking areas, as cars don't drive up and down stairs. The step in the floor is part of the original concrete core. The walls separating that room are built at that time. The hot water cylinder dated from 1988 is mounted to that wall, as is the laundry tub. The framing timber used in that wall is dated from the 9th of 88, as is the jib board lining. No reasonable argument could be offered that they have been built at a later time, and certainly no one has removed the house, the concrete block walls, cut up the concrete slab floor, dug down below a level required to achieve a 2.4 stud height, and then poured a new concrete floor, built new concrete walls, and created an overheight ring. In 1903, at the time of an earlier sale, the then owner requested a final inspection from the Rodney Council. No records exist of that inspection or the goings on in that process. However, in 1993, the Rodney District Council Consent Department signed the project off as completed. A site inspection is required in that process, and the fact that a site inspection is required would be the most basic level of knowledge. Notwithstanding this fact, Town Planner Hannah Thompson, in her reports, after months of discussion on this very point, claims that council records are complete and submits any works have been illegally done. Due to the nature of construction and the unpainted condition of the materials, any changes or more recent works would be visible as newer works, notwithstanding it's non-complying as a minor dwelling on the approved plans. It has been established with council consent in 1988, accepted as built in its current state, and since then with an inspection and final approval by the Council Consents Department in 1993. Under any normal conditions, it would deemed to have existing use rights for what is approved by Council. Now I'm going to deviate here for a moment, just to give a background of the pressures coming in at this time. And I'll go into bank issues, and this contributes seriously to the actions that unfold. Between 04 and 07, I proceeded to build up the revolutionary low-fees real estate company, Kiwi Real. In 06, this expanded to take over the area where offices and no commission property sales, inclusive of those staff coming on board, and most of the client base converting to be Kiwi Real customers. This low fees business model proportionally made significant inroads in the local market in relation to sales force, and we calculated we consisted of about 5% of sales force, about 25% of the market. Early 08, the recession impacted, which coincides with the Northern Motorway extension opening directly in Puhoi. The roading change had significant effect on other businesses located in the same commercial block as Kiwi Real. Kiwi Real were in a casual sublease arrangement with the former owner of No Commission Property Limited, and the block of commercial buildings was now 30% vacant. The owner of that building was approached for a rent reduction in line with changed market conditions, and that was declined. The Auckland and Rodney Council. The application for the subdivision of Pinchgut Road for two existing houses to be given their own titles so that the existing tenants could purchase their existing houses was lodged with the Auckland Super City or the Auckland Council on the 1st or the 3rd of December 2010. Several council documents record it as being the 3rd, with one handwritten note showing it received on the 1st. None record the date of the 7th. This was the 3rd time the application had been lodged. The first 2 times were with the Rodney Council. One of those was October 09, whereby the council refused to process it on the grounds it was a prohibited activity, being the house at number 156 was a complying minor household unit. It failed in every crucial aspect to qualify as a minor household unit under the council definitions, when built, when signed off, and since. Therefore, in all times it was a second household unit and it should have been processed. Council refused to process it. A significant amount of evidence was presented to council that it was not a complying minor household unit, which the council said they would not go back on their decision and I had no right of appeal. This was done with the full knowledge that the properties were up for mortgagee sale, and by any normal thinking that would have been the end of the issue with the properties having been sold. Having lost them and lost my own property at Jeffs Road and then being bankrupted is what the council believed would happen, and it rationally should have happened by the council refusing to process the application in 2009. Had the application been processed and consent granted, as it later was, I would have been in a position to freehold or very closely be freehold on my Jeffs Road property. And I believe the council are liable for all losses and costs due to that unlawful failure to process. Important at this point is that the Mayor's personal secretary, Vicky Shandley, personally told me she had seen correspondence between council staff and staff were holding it against me for having held the council to task 10 years earlier. Following further communication with the ASB Bank, in September 2010 the application for subdivision was reapplied for with the Rodney District Council. As it had been refused to be processed the first time, the nature of the application had to change as it could not be reconsidered on the same grounds as it had been refused to be processed in round 1. The nature of that change was that I sought clarification that it was a second household unit, not a minor dwelling. Notwithstanding it was not qualified as a minor dwelling at any stage, and even in the approved plans of council was never qualified as a minor dwelling. It had since been signed off by council in its current form, whom had overlooked its non-compliance with town planning requirements. Prior to the application being lodged in September 2010, it had been checked by an independent town planner who assured me that the application was complete and the council had everything that would be required to process it. The council returned that application with a number of questions rather than commencing the processing. The further details council had requested were all covered within the application. It was either not read or ignored. At that stage, I submitted the application to Philip Kirk, a man with 30 years experience as a Rodney Council town planner and a local town planner, and asked him to redo the application. Philip's response after having the application for a number of weeks was there was nothing he could do that would improve upon it. Everything required was contained in the application. His opinion was that council just didn't want to process it, and the decision was made to hold off until a change of staff occurred at the Rodney offices, which was anticipated with the Rodney Council becoming part of the Auckland Super City. On the 1st of December 2010, the Rodney Council had been disbanded. On either the 1st or the 3rd of December, the application was relodged with the Auckland Council on a fresh application form. Prior to doing so, I had confirmed with Council that the existing neighbours' consents on the Rodney stationery would be acceptable. I was assured that if there was any issue with the Council's acceptance of neighbours' approvals, the Council would bring the matter to my attention as of normal process, providing opportunity to rectify. The checking of acceptance would be required within the first 10 days of receipt of the application by the Council. On multiple occasions over the next 11 months, Thompson remained silent during discussions on this point. What is crucial here is that Section 95 of the Resource Management Act stringently requires Council to notify the applicant within 10 working days from the date of the original application being lodged, should they require the application to be notified as a public notification. That is used in rare circumstances for substantial projects which would have a great impact on the wider community, or a limited notification where it is identified that certain parties may be affected. If council deem it to be a limited notification, those parties are given the opportunity to object or make a submission. In the second instance of a limited notification, if those persons council deem affected have already provided their consent, then any issues which council deem could affect their properties are to be disregarded. In this case, all neighbours had provided written consent. Details of the ownership of those properties was taken from the certificates of title. Now, certificates of title are a more accurate record than the council records. So, with the application received on either the 1st or the 3rd of December, council had 10 working days to notify me if they required it to go to a notified status. If they required further information in that respect, a written request for further information stating the application had been put on hold in a designated format must be issued. This would have provided up to 15 working days for me to provide the information. Otherwise, by default, the application was to go to a notified status. No such request was ever made within or after this period with regard to the notification process. Due to no notice or request for information, the neighbours' consents being provided, it is entirely reasonable the application had passed this stage and moved on for processing for final decision. On the 23rd of December 2010, I received a letter from Hannah Thompson introducing herself as a town planner from Planning Plus in Orewa, and H. Hannah Thompson, the person handling, that they had been given my file by the Auckland Council. They would be in touch in due time. I will point out here that my application requested a preliminary meeting and an on-site meeting. Both of these points were ignored. Later, an on-site meeting was requested, and this was also ignored. In early January, I received a phone call from Hannah Thompson saying that she had been to Pinchgut Road properties without an appointment, had not been able to gain access, but felt she had a good idea of the property enough to perform her task. I submitted interior photos of the house at 156 Pinchgut Road to her at that time. It would nevertheless have been very clear to her that the house at 150 Pinchgut Road had car parks contained within the site, and this had also been put on the application. It would also have been quite clear that there were 2 water tanks, one within the property and one within the road reserve at number 150 Pinchgut Road. Hannah said she could not gain access to the 2-storey house at number 156, and this was disappointing, as it was a property it was crucial for her to see it was not possibly a minor dwelling and not altered since its initial construction. However, plans for that building had been provided to the council in the application showing it to be 162 square metres, not 65 plus parking, which is one of the requirements for a minor household unit. About the 13th of January, I received a letter from Thompson raising a number of issues, and a telephone conversation ensued. It was clear from the letter of the 13th and the points raised that she'd either not read or not taken on board details of the application. By the 19th of January, there were 4 outstanding issues, 3 of which were for Thompson to address, and I will point out that these were issues not affecting the decision or notification process. So a decision could have been made without that information being available. I had one issue to address, and that was to supply a report on the significance of the trees on the site, which I had proposed would be protected. Thompson was to consult the Auckland Transport, which she had overlooked to do, and it was clearly set out within the application that it was required to contact Auckland Transport. Thompson was to seek an opinion from the Council Legal Department as to whether a consent notice under Section 221 of the RMA could be registered on the properties to limit the expansion of the buildings beyond their existing footprints. This would normally be a very simple matter, not requiring an expert legal opinion, and it concerned me that it was being raised as a sticking point. Notwithstanding this, on the 19th of January, there was one important outstanding issue with the application, and that was Hannah Thompson was to seek the Council Legal Department's opinion on placing a consent notice on it. Over the next weeks, Thompson made a number of phone calls raising issues which had already been covered with regard to water tanks, car parks and essentially said that the council were trying to say the building had been offered since it was built to turn it into a second household unit, and that is what made it oversized and done without consent after it had been accepted by council in 1993. That viewpoint is readily established as being nonsense, as the building had not been altered from when it was built, and the original plans actually show a laundry downstairs and storage exceeding the strictly defined 65 square metres by 24 square metres, meaning it could not have been a complying minor unit. Thompson and I had a number of conversations about the amount of stress town planners were causing people and the financial costs that prolonged application times were taking. Thompson was aware that my health had deteriorated with the stress that I was under, and I was still fighting the ASBV to prevent mortgagee sale and needed this consent processed. I did not ask for any favours. I expected it to be done as per the requirements of the Resource Management Act. I questioned Thompson as to the validity of the issues she was raising or she was told to raise with me. I became suspicious that the intent to delay the processing was the true motive. I went over the background of the issues 10 years earlier with the Rodney Council and pointed out to her the council had been found to be wrong in everything. Thompson assured me she had never worked with the Rodney Council and knew nothing about those issues, that the application was being processed in the normal fashion. Thompson was aware that my health had deteriorated and I was under significant stress. Thompson's later police statements has acknowledged that, and Thompson knew she was damaging my health. Early May 2010, 5 months after the application was lodged, Thompson brought up a number of issues which had been previously discussed and established as resolved and was simply nonsense. I spoke to Philip Kirk, an independent town planner, who informed me that Thompson had worked at the Rodney Council, and this was confirmed by viewing Thompson's website. I then spoke with Thompson and asked who was the team leader on this application, to which she informed me Nick McCall. That's the same person who a year earlier had told me it would be very expensive and a long, drawn-out process. In such a way, it was quite clear they would be mucking me around. I made inquiries as to a senior person outside of the Rodney office of the Auckland Council who could have a say in this matter, and I was put in touch with Bonnie Lees. I had a telephone conversation with Bonnie. We discussed the background of the Rodney District Council and myself, the background of this application, and the background of why the buildings could never have been a complying minor household unit when first built and authorised by council. I received a call back the same day that a meeting had been set down for the next working day, which I believe was Monday the 6th of May 2011 at the Orewa offices of the Auckland Council, and this was to resolve all outstanding issues. I attended that meeting with Philip Kirk, who was a highly experienced town planner and former Rodney Council town planner. He was familiar with my application. By this stage, I had one of my staff helping me due to the deterioration of my health. Present at that meeting was Bonnie Lees, Auckland Council, and Hannah Thompson, who I met for the first time. Really. It was a difficult meeting with Thompson raising absolutely ridiculous issues as to why we don't all look as good as you, Bob. The bottom line was at the end of it, Bonnie Lees gave assurance, as did Thompson. How you're single, I'll never know. Thompson would be decided by the end of the meeting, which I could then respond to. Upon receipt of my reply to the application would be fast-tracked to an independent commissioner for a decision within
I like to. I
stage myself and Philip Kirk believed we were talking about a decision on the application, as we were well aware that Section 95 times and no requests have been made for further
so listen,
notification procedures. So
is there any proper evidence of these infiltrators, agent provocateurs, whatever you want to call them, of actually infiltrating something?
Yeah. Where? All over the fucking place. Go Google it. You'll find shitloads of it.
What would you search for them?
Agent infiltrators in British counterculture groups, something like that. I don't know. I bet you'll find up loads of fucking stories.
January. Why hadn't it been done? Why was Thompson so confident it could be obtained within a couple of days?
Came to Intel Pro as well.
It was well discussed at this meeting and many times prior that all neighbours had
Intel Pro
and letters provided strong support. Thompson remained silent. She had sinister
what can't we see in here from you tonight?
This is a criminal act of misrepresentation.
He's collecting intel.
Clear evidence and
Who's the Green Revolutionary and
financial
who's
loss
the
and injury to health.
strangely
In explaining the process of my right of reply by Bonnie Lees,
hang on a minute, teacup, that's
48 hours, Lee Campbell
teacups,
says
the revolution, and
says,
the geezer cuddling the cupboard's dumb.
I can't see no geezer cuddling the cupboard.
It's neither nor Thompson.
What are you on, a phone or a thingy?
Yeah,
or it is only a notified
that's probably. Well, no,
I don't get it. There's no description or nothing. So all I'm seeing is them popping up. That's what I can't tell you.
Confirming our meeting, and that the only outstanding issue was
anyway. I don't know, man. It's playing up on the laptop. I don't know what's going on with it.
Notice restricting the building's footprint.
We had that problem, but it still stays live.
Have a right.
Where's all the friends tonight anyway, Bob a lot? I've lost them all, I know. They're all kids have started hanging about with you. I know. No, it's that. I have that effect on people, unfortunately.
Town planner was
Agent infiltration. Infiltrator. Yeah, like, I know you get them on all the crimes and all that, but I'm talking about like truth movement shit.
Resolving this application could lead
within activist movements.
Yeah, agent infiltrator activist.
Delays were having an extreme effect. And I was in the High Court trying to hold off the ASP tank.
You'll be telling me you don't get informers next.
And mortgagees selling them, which would certainly bankrupt me and put 8 people out of work.
Yeah,
I waited a number of weeks and did not receive a report.
Oh, yes, look. Boom. I found one, Mark Kennedy. Boom. The one that had a kid with fucking some woman that he's
That's what I was saying. They've been known to knock people up, get into relationships with them, and goes that.
Within a day or two, I received either a call or
an email from
Thompson.
Oh, David Shaler and Annie fucking whatever her name is. I don't know what her name is. They both MI5 or MI6, aren't they? No, movement. One of them's involved with all these bloody Occupy movements. What's her name? Annie? I don't know.
Here is council originally requested.
This is naughty, mate.
It does happen. I don't doubt that it happens. What I doubt is who gets the finger pointed in, because there's so many. If I listen to what everyone says, I'd not be talking to anyone.
How to identify an agent provocateur?
Tell us.
Tom, you want to be on this one, mate? Come on, Tom, get involved, mate.
And it was not sufficient for what council wanted.
Between that time, we might expose him.
Right through to...
How to identify an agent provocateur?
But aren't the ones where exposing the ones that are less advertised?
And why it was required, to which no reason was offered.
I don't know, man. But fucking what about that other one? What's his name? Bill Maloney. He's been at his nowadays, or an actor or whatever.
But I really liked his plan.
I liked him as well, man. But it makes sense spinning through him. I see a couple of videos Don posted and he's saying, oh yeah, the bloody geezer actually
now be raised. How could he currently be demanding it if he wasn't at council for some time? Thompson said she would have to talk to somebody else and find out what the report was for. Thompson later gave me the number for Malcolm Black, the head engineer at council, and she briefed him, and then I was to ring him. I called Malcolm Black, who said to me it was a requirement of subdivisions and it must be able to establish as wastewater can be disposed of. This I was aware of. I put it to Mr. Black that this was an existing situation where no changes would take place to what was already approved by council, signed off by council. Mr. Black put it to me that his information was I was doing further developments, as if he had been told I was doing extensions. I assured him the covenant restricting further developments would prevent that, and if any building consents had been applied for, it would be subject to council being satisfied of wastewater issues at that time. I will also point out here that in the final report from Hannah Thompson, Dan Rodey, off offered that the engineer had stated it didn't matter if the existings were sufficient or not, as modern systems meant the site requirements wouldn't be a problem. However, this information was withheld in Thompson's Section 95 report. Malcolm Black then said he wasn't too sure just what information was wanted. I informed Black of my engineer being Ian Watson, and these two communicated. Ian Watson responded to me, the council just wanted to know it was as per their plans and would be contained within the new site boundaries. It was built as per their plans, and because the council had inspected it and signed it off as having been built per their plans, the information was already held by council. Notwithstanding, Ian Watson did supply a report that the septic tank systems were located within the properties as per the council plans, and the information as provided in the original application. We're now into October, 10 months after the application was lodged. The wastewater report had not been requested or mentioned since January. So there's no mention whatsoever, which means that Thompson has lied in her Section 95 report that my not supplying a wastewater report was a delay in getting the Section 95 report done. Thompson's report also falsely stated the application was received or lodged with the council on the 7th of December. And this should have been readily the first thing established as false with the so-called Mayor's inquiry into the matter. By forward dating the application receipt by 7 days, shifts a 10 working day period for the council response into and over the council holidays, which were otherwise not applicable. And that is an act of fraud. Early November, engineer Ian Watson provided his report, which contained no information on the original application. Ian Watson also certified that the building was most probable as built in '88 and hadn't been altered since, meaning the council signed it off in its current form. In early November, I received an email from Hannah Thompson telling me the Section 95 report had now been completed. I have until 5 p.m. on Tuesday to respond to it. Then it goes to a commissioner for a decision. I was shocked to see it was a Section 95 report and not a report for a decision on the application. Highly relevant given that the bank had been on hold for a decision to come through based upon the assurance given to me in May. Although Thompson had given me a deadline of 5 p.m. on Tuesday for a response, she withheld the report. It was not supplied to me then, nor did she subsequently supply the report. Quite clearly, it was impossible to respond to, this being an act of psychological torture on someone she knew to already be highly stressed and ill due to her actions. I emailed Thompson upset that they'd called in the Section 95 report when we were a long way out of the time frame and no request for further information had been made, that she had been misleading me all this time, knowing I was being bankrupted by her deliberately stalling the application process. Over that weekend, no report was supplied. On the Monday morning, I received a letter from the council legal department telling me they did not like the tone of my letter, my email to Thompson. I responded to that letter with a written complaint informing them I did not like their corruption. I gave a background to what had gone on, including the Rodney Mayor's PA's complaints to me that council staff were holding it against me for actions that I took against council 10 years earlier. I informed them they'd better see this was done urgently. I would be going to the MPs and the media. Now, this statement is important. This is what is later referred to as having put the Mayor and PM on notice. And although someone has taken it as a threat against the Mayor or PM, I will point out here that the police decided very quickly after having received that information of a possible threat to the PM that no such threat was intended. And they have a copy of that letter from the Auckland Council on the afternoon of November the 11th. Although I don't see it in disclosure anything about this, the police did decide that no threat was made or intended at that time. This is the afternoon of the 11th of November. A further letter of complaint clarifying issues was sent either that day or the next day to the Auckland Council, visibly CC'd to 3 MPs, being Nick Smith, Rodney Hyde, and I believe Morris Williamson. No responses were forthcoming from the MPs. perhaps explained by the Prime Minister's gag order bail conditions. A letter was sent to the Mayor and a response came from the Mayor's office that the Mayor took these allegations very seriously and an investigation had been started. I will point out here that there were 2 letters of complaint on the issue, and the Mayor or the Council had a duty to investigate those and keep records of those investigations. The Council never contacted me in regards to those issues, and I have received a brief email back sometime later saying Council found no evidence of misconduct. Clearly that is false, and some form of report was done. That has been refused to be supplied under the Official Information Act with a comment it was only done orally, so no records were kept. This would be a breach of State Services requirements to keep records and conduct a transparent inquiry. The evidence is that the Mayor has personal knowledge on this matter, confirmed by his Facebook postings. Other documents supplied from the OIA request to Council prove this matter is being monitored by several persons, including sending an observer to court proceedings who reports back to the Mayor's office and other departments. Clearly, that level of concern is due to Council's potential liability. On the day of the deadline to have my report back to Council on Thompson's report, I notified Bonnie Lees that as I had not received the report, I would require an extension of the response time. Bonnie Lees emailed to say Council would grant a 24-hour extension to that time to respond to that report. The 28-page report was in the following morning's emails. I was very stressed at the time, was unable to read it, and although I did pick up a couple of points, one was that Thompson had recommended it go to a full public notification and hearing, being absolutely outrageous for an application where, if granted, the properties would have less rights than what was envisaged in the district plan, with no physical changes taking place and not even a change of occupancy of the properties. A report put out by Council at the time also stated that only 1% of all applications were required to be publicly notified, and these were projects which would have significant effect across the wider community. It would have been immediately evident to Thompson, who knew my circumstances both financially and health-wise, that this public procedure and the cost of that application would have been fatal time-wise, financially, and very likely physically to me. Thompson played upon that neighbour's consents I had supplied were now dated, or that Council records did not match the signatures and names on the consents I had supplied. The consents I had supplied were taken from the certificates of title. It's common knowledge that Council records are not accurate when it comes to names of ratepayers on properties. This would have been completely avoidable had Thompson carried out her obligation to disclose that she or Council deemed them not to be correct. Not only did Thompson not disclose, but Thompson remained criminally silent in deliberately misleading conduct, as it was discussed many times that we had all neighbours' consents. There were multiple other issues I discovered upon going through her report, which were false. My attached response to that report lists those issues. Commissioner John Child will certainly have commented on those issues in his reports. Those comments have been withheld from me under request from using the Official Information Act. The Commissioner rejected Thompson's recommendations and actually stated the application effect would have a reverse effect from the permitted activities, i.e. below the allowed levels of activity. There was no communication from the Mayor's office or Council or any investigator re my complaint. My health had badly deteriorated. The shock and stress of Thompson's sabotage left me unable to read the report or reply for some time. About the 9th or 10th of November, I chose to exercise my right to start bringing matters with the misuse and damage being inflicted by the Resource Management Act to the public's attention. I posted on the Trade Me message board, I believe under opinions and under real estate. One of those was headed, "The Auckland Council needs to be wiped out." And certainly for the damage they have done to New Zealanders, the homelessness they've created, which has been confirmed by the Productivity Commissioner's report, I stand by those comments as justified, and my right under the Human Rights Act and freedom of speech to say so. And not just as a right, but as a duty to make people aware of the damage these organisations are doing. This is treason. As a side issue, about the 10th of November, I started 2 threads, one under opinions and one under real estate, asking for anyone who had any knowledge of an incident in England about 20 years earlier where a town planner had gone to a man's house with a bulldozer to demolish his conservatory, which apparently wasn't consented. The town planner had taken a media entourage. The conclusion I could form from that action is to gloat publicly about what he was going to do. The homeowner had then shot the town planner. Now, having been precariously close to having something similar done to myself due to dishonesty and to council, previously mentioned, I had an interest in this matter, as I'm entitled to. Another poster provided a link to a mainstream UK news item about the incident, which wasn't quite as I thought it was. In my opinion, it was much worse. The mainstream news item showed a number of council employees and a town planner turning up with an entourage of media and a 20-ton excavator to demolish not a man's conservatory, but a man's home. I regard that as a blatant breach of the man's rights to have a roof over his head and home. His sin, apparently, was he did not pay the council a tax to have a consent to build his home, which is a human right and necessity of life. The affair was also tainted by allegations of differing interpretations by council departments and a dispute with a disgruntled neighbour who was a judge. A number of posters expressed their opinion that the man was in the wrong, which is their opinion they're entitled to hold. Some become abusive towards me for thinking otherwise. Oddly, those people haven't been arrested as far as I know. Upon the third party providing that link, which does not show the man being shot, and with great emphasis it is a mainstream news item, I copied that link and posted it to another thread which had been started on the same subject earlier, either in real estate or opinions. There was probably fair to call it heated discussion by some who perhaps thought I was advocating going out and killing town planners, which was not the case. I do clearly recall stating I am against violence. However, we must get this into perspective, as that council bureaucracy and staff are destroying people's lives, and stress is one of the greatest killers in our society. I do not see a lot of difference between a bomber pilot and what a town planner is doing to this chap's home. And certainly a bomber pilot couldn't ask for a lot of sympathy if he was shot down in the process of bombing someone's home. To get things in a real perspective, a consent is nothing less than an expensive ink dot on a piece of paper that council will take no responsibility for. Hundreds of thousands of leaky homeowners could attest to that. I made comment that the Resource Management Act was known to all political parties to have done immense damage over decades. Why haven't the political parties done something about it? And my conclusion was that it is deliberate. I posted that John Key had that week made a statement he was going to shorten up the time of process and resource consents to 6 months. I asked why, when in its current form it's 20 to 40 days. How can it not be misleading to say you were going to shorten it to 6 months? I raised the point of why the Auckland Super City has got the high staff numbers it has at a time when they have a record low or absence of applications. Those figures would have been about 2,000 building consents issued in a 12-month period when there should have been 10 to 12,000 issued. Why are they using outside consultants as if they are overworked when they obviously have no work? The above comments were made during an election campaign. The formation of the Auckland Super City had been recent and a highly controversial project of the current Prime Minister, John Key, and his government. In response to a post, I raised this issue. I have the simplest of applications in to put 2 existing houses onto their own titles. A year later, the evil bitch, Hannah Thompson from the Auckland Council, wants it to be a publicly notified hearing. I did not get a chance to elaborate on that at the time, but I stand by those comments. Anyone who deliberately stalls an application to bankrupt someone, knowing that they are severely ill because of the stress, does what she has done with the full knowledge she must cause someone's death, is a heinously evil bitch. I would doubt that any jury would say differently. I believe Thompson played an active role to incite my demise with great degree of malice and intent. After making the comment that Thompson held up the application before putting it through for a publicly notified hearing, I received an email from TradeMe concerning naming a person was a breach of the rules of posting on their site and gave me a warning for doing so. This is significant. A, they gave me a warning. They did not ban me from the site or block my privileges, which if they had deemed it a serious matter, they would have done. They removed only that post, and it was removed before lunchtime, so it could not have been in any blog which Hannah Thompson's attention may have been drawn to later. It certainly could not have been viewed after it was removed from TradeMe. Equally, it could not be contained in any transcript or screen print of that blog supplied by TradeMe after 12 o'clock on the 11th of November 2011. 3. The threads and other comments were left on TradeMe, so clearly there was nothing in the threads that anyone was concerned about. Importantly, the comment, I put the Mayor and PM on notice. While some internet trolls or shills may have tried to incite allegations of threats over this, TradeMe clearly read it otherwise, as did most readers. So the issue would be, from TradeMe's perspective, that someone had been named and it was not permitted to name someone under their terms of trade or posting, notwithstanding that rule is breached numerous times.